people today. This should be an interesting stream. Hey, Penguin. Hey, Amras. How are we doing on music levels? I think we're doing okay. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet or anything in the middle. Seems all right? All right, cool. As long as I'm audible. There's an amount of guesswork for this. Partially because I don't have my headphones in. There's a lot of settings on this microphone itself. Change the cardioid pattern so I can listen to the music myself without having to have headphones on. Got the window open, which may lead to strange noises. We'll see how that goes. It's nice and warm out. But yeah, let's talk about mechs. So this is, I'm calling it Mud and Lasers so far. This is designed to be a lightweight mech-based RPG, because I like mechs, but I don't feel like I could inflict Mech Warrior on any of my friends. is part of it. All of the mech-based stuff is way too technical. Lancer, for example, even it's a very cool game, and it's got amazing art. But there's just whole systems in it that I would just rip out. So I decided I'd just make my own. And I've been working on this off and on for quite a while now, actually. On the right here is my first draft, which I started, I don't know, in like 2018 or something, 2019 maybe. It's about 20 pages, I think. And then there's some pictures at the end, some reference stuff, things that I'm thinking about. This is definitely more on the Western style of mech-based content. It's very, very influenced by the BattleTech video game that came out recently. That's what we're listening to right now. We're listening to the soundtrack for that. I'm definitely just wholesale stealing some ideas from there. I'm planning on stealing a bunch of ideas for the social stuff from Offworlders here, which is based on the Powered by the Apocalypse system. But yeah, I don't know how much world building I'll end up doing, because world building is not my strength. But today, we're going to focus on outlining. It's been long enough since we're working on this that I kind of just want to start over and figure out, just take a high-level pass at it. So we're gonna start with outlining. Is there a system for this entirely from scratch? The social stuff will be built on the Powered by the Apocalypse system, which is a very lightweight social roleplay thing where you roll 2d6 and that's basically all of your checks. And then the combat will be all custom and designed to be very simple. So let's get into it. Let's do some headers. We're gonna need an intro section. We're gonna need an appendix. This should be heading 1. Most likely. Yeah. We're gonna need a section about pilots. We're gonna need a section about mechs. I keep doing heading 2 by default. And we're gonna need a section about mech companies. A lot of the design for this is designed to be broken up into sort of 3 different layers that I guess maybe layers is the wrong word, but 3 sort of different modes that the game can operate in. One of which is the social mode, where you're, in a town outside of your mech, interacting with other people. Another one is the combat mode where you're in a mech and you're firing lasers at people and probably covered in mud. And then the third one is handling your mech company and building your mechs and dealing with parts and finding missions and stuff like that. Yeah. And then we're going to need a GM section. I guess that's the high level bit. Things that we want to do in the intro. We want to convince people that mechs are cool. We want to introduce the... We want to... we want to be clear that this system is meant to be very lightweight. I guess sort of figure out the audience. State our goals around being lightweight. I'm going to come back to that. I've probably got further thoughts there. Pilots. Pilots have skills. We need to talk about social roles. So I guess what we really want to break this down into is creating a pilot, which will involve. Let's start doing these as lists. Stats, background. Let's see. This is the point where I start referring to my previous draft. Yeah, I don't know how much of this pilot stuff I'm going to keep. Probably not very much. I had originally thought about doing a custom system for the pilots as well, but after having played some amount of Off-Worlders, I would just rather just do that. So skill checks. Stats, background, and combat skill. That's the one thing I want to keep. The idea behind one of the interesting things about mechs is that the mech and the pilot are two different elements, and that's a fun thing to play with. So I want to have players have the option of trading mechs around, but not players. And I want mechs to feel slightly different if a different person is piloting them. And to that end, players can have a combat skill that will always be static for them and will generally it's something that should be generally useful to allow players to play different styles of mech builds without feeling constrained by the combat skill they picked at character creation. So here's some examples of skills that I think are generic enough and useful enough, such as Ace Pilot getting a +1 movement. The drone rare is maybe a bit too specialized and use two drones at once. Quick when determining your initiative, you treat your movement as 4 higher. Stuff like that. So that's the pilot creation thing, and then we want to talk about social scenarios and roles. In here we're going to put our powered by the Apocalypse, Explainer, stuff like that. Then we're going to talk about mechs. I don't know about the order of this, but we're gonna need to talk about creating mechs. We're gonna need to talk about mech combat. This is gonna be a lengthy thing. Invasion, armor, slots. Hey, Mama Tats! Thank you so much for 11 months of support. Means a whole bunch to me. Armor, slots, movement, heat, weapons, fire, and environmental effects. Let's see. Is there anything else? GM section, we're going to need to talk about combat scenarios. That's sort of the other end of the mech combat thinking process. We're going to need to talk about NPC mechs and vehicles, which will basically just end up using a very stripped down version of the player rules. Let's see, interacting, specialized systems. I guess just special systems. Specials. I can type. Taking damage. I guess weapons will move up under creating mechs. Same with slots. Where do I want to talk about heat? Heat is kind of a both thing. Heat being a fairly common mech design trope, where when you fire a weapon, you generate some amount of heat, and your mech has a capacity for how much heat you can have. If you have too much heat, you take damage, which is designed as a limiter for firing all of your weapons at once. And it's an interesting enough system that I like including it, as well as it being a thematic enough tie-in to making it feel like other mech games, to make people who are fans of those feel like this. Accrue heat versus spending fuel. Yeah, something like that. I'm probably not going to have a fuel system or anything like this. One of the things I quite like out of the Mech Warrior style of design is having lasers versus ammo-based weapons. Lasers having unlimited ammo, but generate much more heat, and conversely the ammo-limited ones, such as missiles or autocannons or machine guns and stuff like that, generating a lot less heat, but having limited uses. I guess we'll talk about heat sinks here, and then talk about gaining heat here. So it'll be using weapons gaining and losing heat. Environmental effects will probably end up going at the end. Because that's sort of... environmental effects is sort of an additional system that builds off of everything that has been taught previously. Invasion... We'll go here, I think. Evasion is a system that I'm ripping from the BattleTech video game that came out a couple of years back. Instead of having 2 hit chance, I really want to reduce the amount of rolls that people do in this. In that game, whenever you move a certain amount of distance, you gain a point of evasion, which means that the next attack to... basically, it makes it you harder to hit. And then whenever you are attacked, you lose a point of evasion. And then at the beginning of your turn, all of your evasion goes away, and you have to keep moving to keep your evasion up. And that's a system I want to steal for this. In this case, it's basically going to work out like temporary hit points that you gain by moving around, so that when other players shoot at you, they essentially just roll damage immediately. They're competent people in highly advanced war machines with targeting systems and all this sort of stuff. They're not going to miss that often unless it's based off of the movement of the thing they're shooting at. So I'm just going to say, like, if you've got a laser that rolls a d6, you're going to roll a d6, and if the other person has evasion, they'll lose the evasion first. If they run out of evasion, they'll start taking damage. So that's how I want that to work. That means armor is probably going to... Actually, I think just movement and evasion. Well... Using weapons and evasion. Let's do movement here, then evasion there, then armor here. Ablative defensive traits? Yeah. Or do we want to do movement, evasion? Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better. This means being able to attack multiple times before defensive traits regenerates as a prime strategy, but heat should help mitigate that? Yeah, I do. So one of the things to think about is I want light mechs to be very viable. Light mechs being faster, but with less weapons. And having light mechs be able to strip off evasion for other people on their team, and having players coordinate is a useful thing to do. It also lets, one of the weapons I'm thinking about is Target Painter. Actually, it'll probably go under special systems. But a Target Painter, which only does evasion damage. I guess I would word it slightly differently, but that's part of it. Yeah. And then there's other ways of gaining evasion other than movement, such as cover, like smoke grenades and things like that. Like a spotter? Yeah, exactly. So that way you can have somebody with missiles who's hanging back. They can have somebody who's up front who's got a lot of evasion, who can dodge a lot of the attacks from the enemies, and remove evasion a lot easier, and then support that with missiles or something like that. So it's sort of an extra just system to interact with weapons, which is nice. And the fact that it works exactly like other forms of damage should hopefully make it easier to understand. Special systems. Using special systems. I guess first we need to talk about what actions you can take. You can move, you can attack, you can use one special system. Special systems are non-weapon utility items. What I'm thinking with them is they don't generate heat. They may or may not have limited uses, depending. You can only use one a turn, and they go in a different slot. When you attack, the idea with attacking is that you're allowed to attack with as many weapons as you like, but there are costs for doing that, such as ammo and heat and stuff like that. Very, very MechWarrior type design here. Yeah. Move, attack, use a special system. Using weapons. We're going to talk about range. We're going to talk about line of sight. We're going to talk about damage. Yeah. Or we're going to talk about dealing damage. Movement. Movement I want to be a bit interesting. One of the very common tropes from Western-based mech design is facing. MechWarrior definitely a big part of this, and it's true for a lot of mech systems. But facing is also a pain in the ass. So my thought was, how do I make something feel like a vehicle rather than a large human, while not having to worry about facing? And what I landed on in my first pass was you're only allowed to make one change in direction per turn. I think all of this system works well on both hexes and square grids. I'm definitely going to design with that in mind. But yeah, so distance, amount of turns, base 1. And then you can have things that you put on your mech or pilot skills that will let you be more maneuverable and change directions more than once. Or possibly if you take damage, you lose the ability to change direction on your turn. One of the things I kind of like about that is that it ends up feeling a bit like a knight move in chess, but more flexible. With mechs being, very, very knight thematic adjacent. I think that helps out. Evade it. I guess the first thing I should cover is turn structure. First thing you do is you lose all evasion. I think the second thing... Hey, Suffix, how's it going? I haven't decided where environmental effects should go in. I'm gonna pencil them in as here. So that if you're just like walking down the list of things you do when you turn, first thing, you lose all your evasion. Second thing, if you're in fire, you take some fire damage. If you're in some water, you sink some heat. If you're in some smoke, you gain some evasion. Just walk through any effect you're standing in there. Then you can move. Then you can attack. Or move again. Then you can use up to one special system. Take damage from too much heat. Remove heat from cooling. And then your turn is over. Heat capacity and heat sinks. So we need to talk about frames. And we're going to need, third section here is we're going to, I don't know what order this will go in yet, but we need a list of mech frames. I guess we should talk about classes, which is light, support, and heavy. I like the idea of having, so in MechWarrior they're broken down into light, medium, heavy, and assault. Assault being the heaviest weight class, but also the slowest, and light being very, very light, but lightly armored and lightly armed. In a standard four-person game, I kind of like the idea of having 3 different classes, so that you're always choosing one of them to double up on. And then within that broad sort of ranking, there will be a lot of nuance. So a heavy brawler will be different from a heavy missile boat, that sort of thing. And a light sniper will be different from a light harasser or something like that. Yeah. List of mech frames. Yeah, I did do a list at some point. Where did it end up? Yeah, here we go. Here's my blank sheet. Cost, class, movement, armor, structure. I still haven't figured out exactly how I want to do armor and damage and things like that. One of the ideas out of Lancer that I quite liked is that I may just steal because it's quite good, is you've got an armor amount and you've got a structure amount. Your armor amount will be something like, I don't know, 20, and your structure will be 3. And then whenever you take damage, it reduces your armor. Whenever your armor is reduced, you reduce your structure by 1, you refill all of your armor, and you roll on some sort of damage table for a permanent effect. Which I think is a very interesting design. You've got max heat, your heat sink, weapon slots, your module slots, specialized system slots, and any sort of bonus effect from that frame. And then you will also have a stock loadout for if you find one of these. This will be what it comes with by base. And as an example of this, here's the Zenuva Heavy Lifter. I haven't figured out any of the cost yet. It is a support mech. It can move 6. It's got 30 armor. All of these numbers are complete guesses. I haven't balanced any of this at all. Some amount of heat, some amount of heat sinks. I'm thinking of changing this to something like a roll-based reduction. It's got some weapon slots, some module slots. Modules, I guess that's what I'm missing on here. Modules are for passive effects, such as getting additional armor or having an additional heat sink, either capacity or sink per turn or something like that, or increased movement or things like that. And then this being a heavy lifter, its bonus is that it can carry an additional item. By default, the mechs will only be able to carry one item at a time, just as a listing. And then stock loadout is 2 lasers, 2 short-range missiles, a bunch of reinforced armor. Specialized systems are nano-assemblers and incendiary explosives, which I listed somewhere else. So that's an example of how the mech frames work. Yeah, I walked through a bunch of these in my first pass. We'll get back to there. One of the ones that I really liked is the Salish Orca, which is a heavy but flexible mech used by First Nations people. I just have this image that if I ever get the money to commission somebody of an amount of canoes on a river being escorted by a mech that's sort of half sunk into water. I really like the idea of giving First Nations people a space in this. I think that would be super cool. Where was I? Yeah, list of mech frames. Breaking it down into. We want our blank sheet. But that's also what we want for pilots. Is we want blank sheet. These are also going to end up in the appendices. Blank sheets for pilots, mechs, and mech companies. Yeah. List of NPC examples. Up here we definitely want a list of weapons. Or do we want to do all the lists together? Yeah, I think we want to. What's a good word? Commissary is the wrong word. What's a good word for... So if I do blank sheet and I do like heavy frames... no, I want to start with light. There we go. I think that's everything that you need to build a mech. You need a frame, you need some weapons, you need some modules, and you need a specialized system. Hey Warza, how's it going? Woozora. I don't know if I ever get the pronunciation of that correct. Yeah. You just got out of a shanty session. Nice, nice. Mud and Lasers. Yeah, this is Mud and Lasers. Designed to be a lightweight mech game system. Yeah. Let's think about mech companies. So mech companies are the sort of campaign structure for the game. This system, I also feel, I'm again slightly ripping it just from the BattleTech video game, because that game was very good, and a lot of those ideas need to be in more games. But it's also the system that the sort of big system that I'm the least sure on in terms of implementation at the moment. I do like the idea of... I guess we'll... Right, so the company itself. Everybody has a dropship. That's where you live, that's how you move around, that's how your mechs get from place to place. Oh, that's something I've forgotten here. Up here we need deployment. I guess map and... Does that even go before? That probably goes even before the turn structure. Initiative. Initiative is based off of move speed. Faster you go, the more likely you are to get your turn first in combat, which I think is a good bonus for scout mechs and lightweight mechs. And then that way we don't also need some additional stat. If we can just remove a stat, I think that's good. One of the other designers I know, I can't remember which one or who I heard this from, but says that a game is done when you have nothing left to remove. Yeah, I quite like that. I find it's definitely a good way of thinking about design. It's very useful for board games. Yeah. So dropships. You got a dropship. Dropships have their own things. They've got some sort of monthly cost. They've got some amount of mech bays. I think it's cool to let people have more mechs than they have players. For various reasons. And it has some amount of features. I guess we need to talk about long-term damage. Or repairing mechs. I think we were talking earlier about the structure system from Lancer, which I am thinking about stealing, and having anytime you roll on the structure damage table being a permanent effect that you have to then repair later. Whereas things like ammo and armor, I don't think is interesting to have to pay to replace or anything like that. If we can just skip all of that part of it and get people into games faster. It's repairing mechs. Travel. I guess. Travel. World. Missions. This section is definitely a lot more question marks, as you can tell. Combat scenarios. We're also going to have some general GM info. Golden rule. X card. Safe. Consent. You are not their enemy. I mean, you can definitely. Am I accepting random ideas from chat? You can definitely talk about stuff. No guarantee I will include it, but I will definitely listen to any idea, and then maybe talk about it. But my bar for including rules is fairly high because I do have the design goal of keeping it as lightweight as possible, and even this I feel like is pushing that. But yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead. You said features while writing down. The idea of using them like pit stops in a car race came to mind. Yeah. One of the things that I've gone back and forth on is whether or not dropships should be a feature in combat. And I'm leaning towards no, because of just the additional rules complexity of it. I am thinking of dropships sort of like aircraft carriers, where the aircraft carriers themselves are rarely used in combat and are just a sort of mobile launch port for other combat-ready vehicles, such as airplanes. I guess, you know what, let's write that down. Yeah, you don't want your carrier to be attacked. Yeah. One of the design. Speaking of design sayings, one of the ways I like thinking about things is that a lot of the time I will ask questions not because or suggest things not because I think they are necessarily a good idea, but because answering that question will reveal something interesting. And I think this is a good example of that. If we think about, like, you asking a question about using them in combat, and me saying no, but why, reveals something about how I want the design to work that I didn't have a good set of words for before. So answering questions like that, I think, are super helpful. Yeah. We're describing this brainstorming, sort of. You're saying dropship, kind of, right? Okay, yeah, that's a good point. We should probably, yeah. Not airships. Let's just change the name of this to carrier. That is I think that name has a better affordance for the concept I'm going for. Yeah. What I was thinking with features are if this is a place to live out of. And so I've got like the third layer of the stitching between social interactions and combat interactions, or sort of long-term campaign stuff. Yeah, campaign level features. So like, I don't know, a gym or something like that. Stuff that may not specifically have a mechanical usage, though that could also be something. But it could be like a gym, or like some sort of advanced radar system, or bigger engines to move faster, or something like that. Yeah. Training simulators, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Something that makes the... because similar to the list of frames, I had started on some lists of dropships that you can get. How much they cost, how many people are in them, and a lot of this is more... it's the sort of thing of like, the rules for this don't matter as much as the world building that they evoke. Like, it doesn't technically matter whether or not you've got space for a gym or something like that, but it ties everything together. It makes the place feel more real. You expect the players to upgrade more farther? Yeah, exactly. List of carriers. I'm going to start using the carrier terminology. I might change it out further. We want our blank sheet. I guess the sheet for the carrier will also be the sheet for your company. It'll just be one sheet that sort of pulls everything together. Similar to the Blades in the Dark hideout sheet, which, let's see if I can find that. Dark hideout, or sheets. Yeah, I haven't played Blades in the Dark, but I've definitely read through it. Crews, yeah. So here's the Blades in the Dark crew sheet. Which has sort of like an upgrade path. It's got some abilities and stuff like that. It's got, yeah, very fun system in action. Cool. I do want to try it at some point. But yeah, something like this, where this is a common sheet for everybody in the party. Like, you'd probably list the names of all the mechs that you have in your bays in there. Probably yes. Role-playing. Let's also talk about consent here. Why not? You're reading a random social media post about how kids modified the game of life by each having a list of things they owned, and game effects would add or remove things. Interesting. I assume you're talking about the board game of life, not Conway's. Though that could also be interesting. Yeah, I think we're making good progress here. Kind of encouraged a roleplay where their pet spouse and other random stuff are named or personalized. Yeah, I like that. pilot section is all largely going to go away. These are specifics for combat. Yeah. Alright, I think I've gotten down most of the... I think this is a good outline. My music is hiccuping, but my computer's definitely been struggling audio-wise lately, and I think it is time for an upgrade. I think it's my CPU is just a little long in the tooth at this point. My GPU is definitely fine. That I upgraded more recently. Could probably use more RAM too. I've got an ITX small frame computer, so I've only got 2 RAM slots, which makes doing a RAM upgrade a bit more expensive than I would like, but oh well. Changes in direction. So, if this is a good outline, what should we jump into next? How long have we been going? Almost an hour? Wow. Time is flying. This is fun. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna open up my Offworlders book here. Take a glance through this. If you haven't played Offworld, I highly recommend it. Actually, I'm gonna dump a link to it in chat. Yeah. I have a print copy of this because I liked it enough that I wanted to get one. But it is available as a PDF. I'm not sure if the PDF is available for free or not. It was when I got it. Money, weapons, and gear. I guess we should talk about money at some point. That's something we're missing. And one of the things I quite like about this is they've got a page in here for inspiration tables. Which is just, if you want some ideas, like this table is sort of world-building stuff, and it's super not readable the way, but there's tables in here for like world types, themes, objects in space, cargo, and names. So if you just want to roll on those tables, but even just reading through those tables gives you an idea of what the system is about. Yeah. Let's talk about money in here, I think. Social scenarios and roles. No combat. Well, yeah. Decided through social roles. The basics of the Powered by the Apocalypse system is it is 2d6. What is it? 2 to 6 is a fail, I think. Yeah, 2 to 6 is a fail. 7 to 9 is a partial success, and a 10 plus is a full success. I guess I like the structure of 10 plus full success. 7 to 9, full success. 2 to 6. Failure. This is a fail forward system where the narrative, the idea is the narrative always changes. There is no time when you make a roll and nothing happens. Or I guess, yeah, let's are rolled, something happens. Are a success, player succeeds in their action, if the dice are sort of negative effect, such as of partial success, they succeed, but there is some sort of cost to it. It's either you succeed with a cost or you advance your goal but don't fully complete it. Decide on the outcomes of the dice of the roll before rolling the dice. This is also something I quite like about the way Offworlders handles it, is that you sort of discuss with people at the table what the outcomes will be, which lets people go, oh, this actually would be maybe a bit more interesting or something like that. So you'll say, like, I want to try and convince this person to give us a discount on this item. And the GM will say, okay, I'm going to have you make a roll. If you get a full success, they will discount it. On a failure, they will be insulted and refuse to sell you the item, and on a partial success they won't reduce the price, but they'll maybe throw in something extra for free. So this chunk, I'll probably sit down and compare notes with the Offworlders book here when I go into it in detail. The way Offworlders does it is they have both stats and skills. Stats will be, if a stat is applicable, you will add your value from it, which range from -1 to +2. So if it's a strength-based thing and you've got a +2 in strength, you'll add 2 to your roll. And then skills are single-word descriptions of applicable scenarios, such as breaking things. And if those apply, you can re-roll one of the dice if you would so desire. Which I think is also a good way of doing things, and I will also probably steal that. Terminology-wise, I do need to figure out. So stats make sense for the +2, +1, 0, -1. Off-Worlders has 4 stats, and at character creation you pick 1 +2, 1 +1, 1 0, and 1 -1. If I remember correctly, to distribute amongst those 4 stats. And then you get 2 skills. The terminology overlap that I'm worried about is with the combat skills. Oh, right. I'm just been staring at it here. Combat skills, I should call pilot abilities. Stats, skills, which I think should come from your background. First steps I've got, it's like strength, dex, will, something like that. Strength, agility, intelligence, willpower. I like that. You're in my laundry. Thank you for that follow. Hope you enjoy your time here. You get a +2, you get a +1, you get a 0, and you get a -1. Change that to a sign. Should talk about those as well. Can re-roll one of the dice and applicable skill. So we probably want a background list, creating backgrounds. And I think each background will just give you 2 skills. It's got things like drifter, military, some other ones. Spy. List of skills. Man, for lists like this is definitely areas where I'll take chat suggestions if I think they're fun. What are skills I got in here? Athletics, culture, manipulation, pilot, science, sneak, survival, tech. Yeah, those are some good ones. What are the point of skills? They are purely for role playing. This is in the role play section. The pilot abilities will only be for combat, and that's a different mechanic. Yeah, this sort of thing. And Drifter would give you like survival and sneak. Spy would give you like sneak and manipulation, that sort of thing. Tech and something? Yeah. I don't know if I need this background thing. Like, I like the idea. I want players to have an idea of who they are and where they came from, and having that be a choice they make at some point is useful. But mechanically, I just want them to be able to pick 2 skills, and I don't want to have to just enumerate a list of every pair of skills. So I don't like this. That doesn't, yeah, I don't think that mechanic worked the way I want it to. Pilot abilities, combat, mech combat, focused. Where's my list of these? Not going for a defined list of skills so much as a list of suggestions. I do kind of want a defined list of skills, and I feel like 8 to 10 of them is a good amount. And then maybe with a sidebar for adding new skills. But the scenario I want to avoid is where people take skills and then it never comes up. So I want them to. Yeah. It might need an amount of iteration to find a set of skills that is generic enough to come up often enough, but specialized enough to be interesting when it does. Pilot abilities. Where did I end up putting those? whereas backgrounds are probably more of a list of suggestions. These pilots. You're personally a bigger fan of letting players choose proficiencies similar to Fate aspects, if skills aren't tied to a hard system like combat or a social engagement system. But a hard list of skills can really push the theme of the game and leave everything else to be hand-waved. Yeah. I think this is definitely a scenario of I want the skills to be able to show what the social layer is for and how it should be used. So like specifically keeping combat focused skills off of that list, I think is important, because I don't want, some amount of, I guess I do want some amount of combat stuff, but I want those to show that the combat should be decided narratively rather than through dice roll or like through some sort of combat system. I'm just sort of copying this list over because I think it was pretty good. Drone Rigger 1 might be too narrow. I'm leaving it here for now. I think drones will probably end up being a capacity-based thing. What do I miss? Do you want to talk about piloting different mechs at some point? Yeah. I think I need some more to drink. I've been talking a lot, turns out. So I'm gonna stand up very briefly. Actually, you know what? Let's take a quick break. Hour and 20 in. Breaks are good, even when not playing fiddle. So yeah, I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch. Hopefully you've all been enjoying this. I'm certainly making progress on a project, which I like. But yeah, I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna not talk for a few seconds. Grab a drink. Go to the bathroom. I hope you also stand up or sit down, or otherwise do something to take care of yourself. I'll also run a quick ad break, just to remove pre-roll ads for people coming in later. And yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Wait, why is that? What's that horizontally centered? Alright, I'm back. I have some tea that is steeping. Let's put away this intermission text. There we go. Alright. So we've generated about 4 pages of bullet points today. In an hour and a half. Yeah, it is good progress. Got some of these. Let's add a comment here then. Figure this out. Let's start turning some of these bullet points into paragraphs, I think. How do I want to do this? Now that I have some bullet points, just laying... At some point, these bullet points need to go away, right? Actually, let's high level do a quick pass on this. Figure out if we've got the order right. If we want to move anything around. We've got our intro. Talk about mechs. Talk about that sort of thing. Pilot. We go into some pilot specifics. We get people choosing things about their character. We kind of want to hook them with this early and not go too far down the rules. Do we? I mean, these rules aren't that... Well, you do need to... This is always the challenge with systems that tie into each other well. To talk about rolling dice, you need to know what stats are. To know what stats are, to know why stats are useful, you need to know about rolling dice. I think it's enough to, at this point, be like, okay, I want a character that's focused in strength, and then not know exactly how that's going to play out immediately. And then after that, you learn some of the specifics. I think that's fine. I guess we should have like table of purchasable things, which is more a world building. Yeah. You find examples tend to alleviate that problem? Yeah. I'm definitely intending to have a lot of examples. But from a high-level structure point, there's also the choice of what order do you present that information in. Yeah. Stuff like housing, vehicles, sorry about this, my speakers are old and pop sometimes. Not sure if that's audible or not, but hopefully not. Transportation. This is all essentially Um, this is as much world building as it is anything else. And then here, again, do we want to talk about mech combat or do we want to talk about creating mechs first? I think I want the list of mech frames at the back, for sure. Actually, probably want to do that. Well, I think mech frames, then weapons and modules, and that. Think about whether it should be weapons module system subsystems, then mech frames, or mech frames, then these three things. Yeah, I think this is fine to have up first. We want slots before we want weapons. Frames. Armor and structure. Taking damage. I mean, the other thought is, do we just list the weapons and modules and stuff like that alongside their rules? Putting the table of weapons in a different place from the explanation of how weapons works is slightly awkward. I think this is fine. Let's assume it's fine and move on. Turn structure, action, move, attack. I think we can kind of fold this into the turn structure. Or actually a bunch of this. I think the way I want to do it is this section starts with the simple list of this list exactly, and then steps through each of the things on this list in order. And then uses that to explain the mechanics. We want a... combat reference sheet. Depending on how many weapons you have. Yeah. Having the list of mech frames separate from the mech frame explanation is a fairly common thing, usually because each of the mechs will come with like a big piece of artwork depicting that mech, and they're also fairly large chunks of information. But conversely, like if you look at, say, the Dungeons & Dragons rulebook, the weapons table is fairly small. But I guess it is in a different place than the combat rules, so I think that's fine. Okay, and then is this all now? Instructor. Movement and evasion should become before attacking, I think. Movement, evasion. Attacking. Armor and structure goes here. Range, line of sight. Heat. If you provide the guide as hypertext, you'll also link it in the paragraph as needed. Yeah, I would like to make sure it works in print as well, but I think there's definitely ways to do both of that. Yeah. You found the Delicate Bands tabletop book is acting like a well laid out rulebook to teach the game is also being an easily searchable reference. Yeah. That's definitely why I wanted to start with the high level view and ordering of things to make sure it fits together logically, but also, yeah, works. Okay. One of the, I'm sort of looking, one of the rules that I want to think about is, especially in Battletech games, looting and taking items from defeated enemies is often a core part of that game, like salvaging defeated mechs and things like that. One of the rules that I want to have in this is that you can carry one item and only one, and you have to loot it during the battle. And then that's a mechanic that I can interact with, such as when we were talking about the heavy lifter can carry an additional item. So if you want to gain a laser from a defeated enemy, you move up to it, and then you can pick it up, and then you're carrying that, and you can't carry anything else unless you drop it. I don't know if that rule is too complicated or not. It might be something that ends up getting cut. Especially given that we have our stated goal of being as simple and easy to learn as possible. Movement, distance, evasion, gain points based on lose all vision at the start of your turn. First. Creates a secondary objective, going to get my loot mid-fight, and begs the question, why not wait till the fight is over and then loot? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely like, I like that first part. I'm curious about the second part. But yeah. But it might just be a rule to cut, or maybe like it could be something we could move to an optional rule. Let's write some notes. Maybe need to cut this. Why you loot after the fight? Maybe make optional. Yeah, maybe it's less a combat thing and more a campaign thing. Yeah. Special systems should be further up. Environmental effects. I had a small list of environmental effects, and I don't think it needs to be larger. Where did I put it? Here we go. Cover. Currency evasion. Smoke. Foliage. Etc. Currency evasion. Water. Moves heat. Fire. And heat. Impassable. Cannot move through. And difficult. Move at half speed. Only gain for map tiles moved, not movement spent. Yeah, exactly. yeah, environmental effects can also be rethemed pretty easily. Yeah, so I wanted to list out some mechanical environmental effects and then list examples of them, but not have those be, not have those examples be the definitive list or anything like that. Yeah. Gain heat when firing weapons or from other effects. I do want some weapons that do heat damage, by which I mean they just add heat to their to whoever they're hitting. It seems like fun. End of the turn. Well, that's the problem. You got mud in the ankle actors. Told this frame was meant for swamp shooting. Yeah. Yeah. There's our mud. We got our mud. We got our lasers. Gain heat when firing weapons for other effects. If you are over your heat capacity, take damage equal to the difference. And then you reduce heat by your heat sink amount. Yeah, I mean, like, this is basically the dealing damage. Yeah, range. Range is a kind of a weird one for measuring distances on a grid and whatnot. Listed in squares. Calculated by the shortest path from you to your target. Diagonals allowed. Must be in range to fire. Line of sight is gonna be its whole, just, I mean, it's the annoying thing. We kind of know how it works, but I'll have to lay down specifics at some point, and I don't really need bullet points for that, other than, I guess it's like, center. Dealing damage. Nice. Do that much damage. That's how damage works. Weapon types for environmental effects in general might be good. Yeah, I'm actually thinking of that's what there will be a number of support systems or special systems that will do that. So smoke grenades will add like cover areas, or incendiary grenades will add fire areas. Cryo grenades could be interesting. Might as well, I guess. And then, yeah, weapons as well. So, like, flamethrowers doing, adding heat to targets and stuff like that, I think is absolutely a win. Yeah. Oh, I guess that's it. I guess I should say choose target. Choose a target. Only fire at one target per turn. Choose weapons to fire. May choose any amount of weapons to at once. Also, hello, welcome. Welcome, something evil, or someone evil. It is not ominous at all. I believe you're probably not that evil. I don't know. Maybe you are. Must gain range. Movement. You may move up to your maximum move speed in a straight line, changing direction only once per move, unless defined. Evasion per space moved. Only, actually, that would be a where was I? You may use up to one control system per turn. Heat. Heat capacity is listed on your mech frame and can be modified by modules. Yeah. Special systems are do not generate heat, have limited, or can have limited uses. Weapon properties are damage, heat, range, ammo. I think that's it. Damage, range, heat, ammo, special rules. Okay. We are making progress. How much of this music do I have left? About half an hour. All right. Yeah. I guess I should think about drones. Drones are a fun system. Though I guess drones are possibly an optional system. I find it's always good to have sort of a mental list of things that could be cut if you end up looking for cuts. Drones are probably a cuttable feature, but I also quite like them. So, yeah. Actually, this I didn't flesh out. Armor and structure. Less otherwise specified damage. Remove evasion for taking damage to armor. Evasion, if you... How to word... if you've got 5 evasion, you take 10 damage, you'll remove all of your evasion, then take 5 armor damage. How to word that? Excess. You do not have enough evasion. Excess will be dealt to your armor. Armor is listed on your mech frame and can be modified by modules. If armor is, I should capitalize this, reduced to 0, roll, and you have any structure points, at least 2, at least just to 0, reduce your structure points. And set your back to its value. Excess damage is carried over. And then roll on structure damage table. Let's see. This damage is carried over. If you have 0 structure and throw armor, you are destroyed. The way I wanted make NPCs fairly simple, or at least like you have the option as a GM to create fully featured mechs with all of the stuff that a player could have. But for simple things like vehicles or drones, it'll be like armor 10, structure 0, movement 5, 1 laser, and that'll be it for the entire NPC. That is all the things you need to know for some sort of NPC combat entity, which I think is pretty simple. To eject to safety. Discuss. Then we have our structure damage table goes in there. Well, I guess heat is a thing. Does everything need to have heat for NPCs? I guess. So the trade-off with having heat on NPCs is that you want heat damage to be useful, but you also want the GM to be able to field a number of NPCs without having to track a huge amount of stuff. And tracking evasion per enemy is already... Evasion and hit points for enemies is already enough. So I might just say that only enemy mechs track heat. And otherwise heat damage... And maybe just to make flamethrowers and stuff useful, otherwise heat damage is Delta's regular damage? Does that make sense? Is that too powerful? Is that too much of a complicated rule? And partially because I want to have the drones essentially use the limited NPC rule set, but be controllable by players. So they've got multiple things that they can track, and I don't want that to end up being too complicated. Is there anything wrong with heat damage being mech-only weapons? I don't think so. Heat on vehicles also apply some malice. I'm not sure what you mean by malice there. Yeah, the main thing is I'm worried that some weapons will not be useful if they are built around heat. And I do want heat builds to be viable. Negative modifier effect, yeah. I think in that case, that gets a bit too complicated to track. In that I'm specifically trying to keep things as simple as possible. Yeah. Because it could just be that, like, smaller vehicles don't have the capacity to manage heat and just take damage from it. But also, like, I'm staring at this incendiary explosives here on my screen, which is a support system that, or a special system that adds fire to the board. And having that be useful against non-mech enemies would also be good. Anything that can cook a mech and fry small fry, yeah. Yeah. Like if you've got a small armored vehicle and you fill it with fire, it's not going to be a good time. Drones and NPC vehicles do not have heat capacity or heat sink values. If they would take heat if they would gain heat, because I really want to avoid, just as like a style thing, I want to avoid heat damage terminology wise, because I don't have like damage types or anything like that. So that's just sort of like a style guide thing. If they would gain heat from actually before this, they do not gain heat from firing weapons. If they would gain heat from another source, it is taken as regular damage instead. I think that works. Yeah. I guess we should add a section about world building down here. Max. All right. So this is our outline, and I think this is a good outline. I think this part needs more work, but that's not what we're doing today. So what do I want to just start chewing on? I want to just start writing. Yeah, let's just start writing about mechs. How do I want to... Let's just open this. Yeah, creating mechs. Mechs are broken into 3 rough classes based off of their relative speed, durability, and armament. That was a good grammar suggestion. Thank you. Zero flexibility. Light mechs are fast and nimble, but little armor and few weapons. Heavy mechs are very durable. And, support mechs are the systems to other mech types. Let's make classes. Tech frames. Each mech designed from a base frame. Frame identifies the base speed and armor, and heat values, and also specifies what type and how many per what equipment can be mounted on it? Frame as follows. Now we can do a bullet list. Movement. How far your mech can move in one turn. Armor. How much damage your mech can take before losing structure. Structure. How much? It's a good short way of describing how structure works. How many times can lose all of your armor before being destroyed? Heat capacity. Amount of heat you can have before you start taking damage. Heat sink. The amount of heat you remove automatically each turn. Weapon slots. How many weapons you can mount on your mech. Module slots. How many, I want an adjective for modules here. How many, yeah, how many modules? And special slots. How many special systems you can have on your Mac? No, we have 3 here. Weapons. Weapons are how you deal damage to other mechs. They range from small lasers to giant rail rifles to banks of long-range missiles and beyond. They all have a similar function and statistics. Thank God for autocorrect. I think I want a accuracy sidebar here. I don't know, how should I deal with sidebars? Accuracy is not a weapon or mech statistic in mud and lasers. Your pilots are highly trained individuals with a bevy of advanced targeting systems at their disposal. Instead, it is modeled through evasion. See evasion. Weapon statistics. Damage. Die. What die you roll to determine how much damage it does. Heat. How much heat you gain when firing the weapon. Range. How close you must be to your target to fire at them. What am I missing? Ammo. How many times you can fire this weapon per combat. Some weapons do not have ammo and can be fired as many times as you would like. This is balanced, it's generating more heat. Rules. Some weapons have special rules. Some weapons have special rules that change how they are equipped or used. Right. Where are we at? Oh, I jumped a couple of things. Frame slots. Well, yeah, I've covered slots, I guess. Heat sinks. Each mech can... Well, I think we've talked enough about... Just go to, like, see heat. Which will link to, like, down here. Should probably bold some of these key terms. Actually, fold these, because these are actually key terms. Let's talk about modules. That should be capitalized. Modules provide static effect to your Mac. As your heat sink amount, lighting, well, for your weapons and more. I don't think I need to. Modules are pretty simple, but they're also fairly different from each other. There's not a ton of overlap mechanically between them, other than that they're all static effects. I should probably change special to specialized. Special space match case. Place all because I'm. Yep. Wait, no. Space. Specialized systems. Specialized systems are activated. Activated weapon? No, not weapon. Devices you can use in combat. They typically per turn. Activate one specialized system per turn. They do not generate heat. Usually they One of the things about design writing is you always want to be as specific as possible. You don't really want... you want to eliminate any amounts of, like, sometimes this, or there are some number of this. If there are some number, you should say what the number is. You should say there are 5 of these things. And then if that number turns out to be incorrect, you change that number later. But, so I want to say here that usually they have a limited number of uses, but I'm also staring at one here that does have an unlimited amount of uses. And saying usually this is true is maybe not useful, but Specialized systems are activated utility devices you can use in combat. You may activate one specialized system per turn. They do not generate heat. Often, specialized systems will have limited uses per combat. Ammo is replenished automatically between combats. System uses are replenished automatically between combats. Hey, stop sign cam. How's it going? We're doing design stuff. All right, what else do I need to talk about in here? I think that's kind of it. I've got a friend who's an editor. I'm definitely going to get her input at some point. Yeah. Let's move on to mech combat. This will be a much longer section. Mech combat. Limiting ammo replenishment might be good for certain kinds types of campaigns, but it might be better as GM tool option. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's check some optional rules. Section down here. It could also be like a very context-dependent thing of like, oh, you go from this battle to the next battle fairly immediately. So you can maybe only like replenish one weapon or something like that. I still haven't decided whether or not, and this is probably going to come out more in testing, is whether or not I should support both hex grids and squares or keep it as one. I kind of like using squares just because it's a lot more common, and I do want this game to be as accessible as possible. But a lot of mech people really like their hexes, and also I don't see a reason to not allow hexes. Yeah, well, combat in blood lasers is played on a grid, on either a grid of squares or a grid of hexes. That's plural. Grid of squares or grid of hexes. The will determine terrain and enemy actions. I don't like that sentence. It's played on either a grid of squares or a grid of hexes. Players and enemies are represented by tokens or miniatures. Something that would be really cool for this at some point would be custom miniatures, but that's way outside of scope. Alright, we ran out of Battletech music. Tempted to run it back, but I also have this. There's a Armored Core tribute album that was suggested to me yesterday that I think we're going to listen to. So let's change this text. We are now listening to The Answer. Armored Core. I guess I should spell it the correct way. From C Remix. There we go. Is that volume okay for everybody? Sound good out there? Da, da, da. What are we doing over here? One of the things I really like about Google Docs is this auto-generated table of contents based off of headings. It's so nice. Players and enemies are represented by tokens or miniatures. You can hear the music, but it's not overpowering my voice. Perfect. Perfect. That is ideal. Oh, hey, Rubik. How's it going? Da, 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 da. Word does auto section based on title 2. Neat. I haven't used Word in many years. It definitely didn't used to do that. Turns out Word costs money. And I kind of hate it. Both money and Word. Right, deployment. Mechs and NPCs are deployed along along the edges of sides on the map. What did I list for this? There's a couple of interesting deployment choices. Yeah, I'm just gonna say the GM deploys all of the NPCs first along one edge of the map. The players then deploy their mechs along the opposite edge. Oh, along the opposite. There we go. Turns. Combat. I guess random turns is broken into multiple rounds, during which each player and NPC will get one turn. The order of turns is determined by the movement value of, much as you test, just like Google's monopoly in a lot of things, they've also done a great job of innovating features and force the randoms to catch up. Yeah. Order terms by the movement value of each combatant. Higher highest movement value goes first, and so on. Has taken. Turn the music down a little, yeah. A little quiet when dictating, yeah. I'm slightly mumbling. There we go. Should be a bit better. Alright. Once each combatant has taken a turn, a new round begins. In the case of a tie between player and we see the players go first, and there is a tie between players. They decide amongst themselves. Yeah, in the case of a tie between a player and an NPC, the players go first. They're just, better. And if there's a tie between players, you get to choose. I should probably, second pass will clean up my terminology a bit more, maybe. I don't know. See what my friend thinks about it. Rounds and turns. Turn breakdown. Turn structure. On your turn, you will do the following actions in order. Lose all evasion you currently have. Move up to your movement speed. Attack with your weapons or move again. Use up to one specialized system. Take any damage from having heat in excess of your heat capacity. And then remove heat based off of your heat sink amount. Movement. On your turn, you may move up to your movement speed. Speed or value? What have I been calling it? What was I calling it up here? Value. I've been calling it value. On your turn, you may move up to your movement value. Movement must be in a straight line. Changing direction only once per turn. Brackets, unless modified by other effects. Instead of attacking, you may move a second time following the above rules. Da, 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 da. For every map square you move, you gain evasion. See evasion. Do you want live editors or just mechanics and stuff for now? I mean, if you see something that's egregious, definitely call it out. Mostly just mechanics for now, but I certainly won't say no to some editing. Or if something's unclear, like stuff can have examples, that sort of thing. Speaking of which, we should probably do example. I think I'm just gonna call these out instead of actually laying them out at the moment. Speaking of which, example. Evasion. Okay. Let's see. Evasion. Evasion. I haven't decided on exactly how much evasion you should get per turn or per square moved. I'm thinking 2 currently, but I mean a lot of that's going to come down to testing. Every map square you move, you gain. I'm gonna say 2. The of in off of is unnecessary. Based off. Sure. Yeah. You gain 2. Oop. Yeah. Points of evasion. For every mouse square you move, you gain 2 points of evasion. Evasion. Well, I want to say evasion functions like temporary hit points, but that's just bad design terminology, I think. For every mouse square you move, you gain 2 points of evasion. Just evasion is yeah, damage taken from damage taken is dealt to is removed from. One of your friends drills that into you and it's just become something that sticks out to you. That's fair. Damage taken reduces the amount of evasion you have. Evasion mitigates damage taken? Yeah, I want to be very specific about exactly what happens here. So it's when you take damage, reduce your evasion by that amount. If you have no remaining evasion, damage is dealt to armor instead. If you would take, and then I think here, example, if you would take damage in excess of your evasion, the excess is dealt to your armor. Example. Evasion is removed at the start of your each one of your turns. All of your evasion. Evasion can can also come from other sources, such as cover or player abilities. I might change just because of the timing of. I'm thinking about this sneaky ability. Gain 4 evasion at the start of your turn, and that could lead to confusions around, does it happen before or after I lose all of my evasion? I might change this to, instead of losing all of your evasion at your turn, reduce it to 4 instead if it is 4 or its current. Oh, gain at the start of your move. That's much clearer. Thingy. Well, the question there is, because you're allowed to move twice, can you get the sneaky bonus twice in a turn? I might just say gain 4 evasion whenever you move. I don't actually call it initiative, so let's change this to turn order. And I might actually, I feel like this is probably, I'm worried about people thinking that, so gain 4 evasion whenever you move. I'm worried about people thinking that instead of gaining 2 points of evasion for every square moved, you gain 4 points of evasion, which would be not what I'm intending. What if I just change it to the end of your turn? How about that? All right, where am I at? Okay, so that's evasion. Attacking. You have... That works too, assuming you can't be attacked to use evasion during your turn. Yeah. I want to reduce as many triggered effects out of this as possible. That's something I had listed in my original design goals. No, like, if this then that. Just reduce as much of that as possible. Where did I have that? It was way down here, wasn't it? Yeah, design goals. So yeah, hopefully I won't have any instances where being attacked in the middle of your turn is something. Well, I guess I should note that heat damage ignores evasion. From excess heat ignores evasion. Because you can't dodge being on fire. Attacking. I don't need the thing about when you get to attack. We covered that earlier. One enemy per turn. How do I want to structure this? My last little piece of licorice. Man, I can't believe we've been going for over 3 hours already. We've made some good progress. This was a blank document when I started my stream. I wonder how many words it is at this point. Word count. 1,600 words. Not bad. You should choose to use a weapon, then choose a target. Weapons. I want weapons to be able to be fired all at once. So you'd be like, I'm gonna fire my 3 lasers, and you roll 3d6 because that's the die that lasers use or whatever. So it's the order is you choose your target, then you choose any number of weapons that are in range. Let's see. We attack 1 enemy per turn. Start by choosing a target that you can see. Line of sight goes somewhere. I need to explain that. I don't know if it gets explained here or later. I'm leaving it in quotes for now until or in parentheses until I figure that out. Start by choosing a target you can see, then choose any number of weapons. Then choose any number of weapons that are any number of your weapons are in range. Maybe I should just do this as sort of a bullet point list. Attacking An enemy is done in the to attack an enemy, follow these steps. Does that make sense? Attacking an enemy. To attack an enemy, execute the following actions. I don't know. To attack an enemy, try this one weird trick. NPCs hate it. Attacking an enemy follows the following steps. Choose a target that you can see. Choose any number of your weapons that are in range. Roll damage for all of the weapons you have chosen. Deal that much damage to the enemy, reducing evasion first, then dealing damage to armor. Gain heat for each weapon you fired. Then we want line of sight. Line of sight, range. Damage. Oop. It's not gonna spell damage. Heat. This music really reminds me of, oh God, what should they call it? Capsule, I think? Note ammo usage. Okay. All of these are going to need examples. Line of sight. Line of sight is determined by drawing a line from the of your tile to the center of the tile of your target. If any part of the line would pass through no, I don't want to use title. Shadowguard the Black. Thank you for that follow. Hope you enjoy your time here. If any part of the line would pass through I haven't really defined things in block line of sight. Pass through a tile that blocks. Glad to find an RPG design stream finally. Nice. Yeah, welcome. I'm usually a music streamer, but I've been threatening to do this for a while, and I've been enjoying it. I have worked in the industry for quite a while, though mostly as a programmer. Yeah, we're working on a mech RPG called Mud and Lasers. This is my second draft of it. I've been working on it privately for a while. A couple of years now, I think. Definitely stealing some ideas from the BattleTech video game. Some ideas from Offworlders, which I have a copy of here. That sort of thing. And we've made some good progress today. This was a blank document when I started, and we're just starting in on our 9th page. Line of sight is determined by drawing a line from the center of the tile to the center of the tile of your target. If any part of the line will pass through a tile that blocks line of sight, such as a building. There's no industry in your country. You're trying to take some steps around it. Seeing other designers around it. I'm sorry. Cool. Where are you from, by the way? Most of my time has been spent in the video game industry rather than the tabletop industry. But I do enjoy this space as much, or as well. You cannot fire at that target. Example. Range. Range is determined by the shortest straight path from your tile to your target's tile inclusive. Range is determined inclusive of both of your tiles and range is determined sure yeah. Let's do exclusive. From Turkey. Interesting. Creating content mostly about reviewing and introducing game systems other than D&D to your audiences. And you're working on your RPG rulebook. That's so cool. Exclusive of both your tiles. I want to do exclusive here because I want melee weapons to have range 0, specifically. If I list the range as 2, because it's inclusive, it has to include both your tile and their tile, that just reads weird. So that is why I'm choosing exclusive here. Both your tile, exclusive of exclusive of both your tile and your target's tile. And allowing for diagonal movement. Example. These examples will need pictures for sure. Damage. For each weapon you have selected that is in range, roll the damage die for that weapon. The total of all of these dice is dealt as damage to your target. Example, Shinji wants to shoot all of his lasers at the enemy mech. After checking all 3 of his lasers at the enemy mech, after checking that he is in range and checking that he has line of sight and is in range, he rolls 3d6. Actually, is that how much damage lasers do in this? I haven't actually decided yet. All these numbers are made up until I actually do tests. I got a table in here somewhere. Somewhere there's a table. Not that table. This table. Laser. Yeah, 1d6. He rolls 3d6. 1d6 for each laser. He gets... Where are these? Huh. That was a weird set of results there. Like 3 results in a roll where all 3 dice are the same number? Seems unlikely. Four, 6, and 2. Let's go with that. He gets 12. A 3 or a 6, a 4, and a 2, and as such deals 12 damage to his target. No theory survives contact with the real world. Yeah, pretty much. Was that it for that album? I guess so. I think I'm going to go back to the Battletech. Actually, I wonder if there's MechWarrior 5 soundtrack? Or just MechWarrior soundtrack? You know, let's do MechWarrior 2 soundtrack. I'm doing video game soundtracks specifically because they're unlikely to be muted on VODs. Come on, type the thing. Where the hell did chat go? Oh, I have too many tabs open. Ah, there you are. Looks like Cyberpunk streamer mode for failing to actually work properly. Yeah. I assume that's a case of them using licensed soundtrack stuff as opposed to original compositions. What I'm specifically trying to do is use music that was specifically created for video games, with the assumption that people won't be as litigious around it. Okay. All lasers. Shinji adds 6 to his current Yeah, licensed music. Yeah. Ooh, that's not how you spell Shinji. Sinji. 6 to his current heat value. 2 for each laser as shown on the 2 for each laser. Yep. Heat. Yeah, I mean, streaming in general is slightly a legal gray area, in that technically you are broadcasting other people's intellectual property without having gained express permission to do so beforehand, and are using that for commercial use. So theoretically, streaming in general, kind of just not okay. Game developers allow it because it's good for them. But yeah. Heat. Or for each weapon you fire, each weapon has an amount of heat that it generates whenever it is fired. After firing a weapon, add that amount to your current heat value. If your heat value is in excess of your heat capacity, you will take damage at the end of your turn. See gaining and sinking heat? Is that what I called it? Yeah, gaining and losing heat. Okay. Ammo. Ammunition. Let's use full words. Some weapons have limited ammunition. Whenever those weapons are fired, reduce their current amount of ammunition by 1. If a weapon has 0 ammunition, it cannot be fired. Used? Cannot be used. Alright, I think that's attacking. Then we move on to armor and structure. Oh man, that that synthy horn, whatever that is. This music is of an era. want to do here is I actually just want to indent. There we go. I don't want to tab, I want to indent. What's the shortcut for this? Control this thing. There we go. Right. Armor and structure. Have two values that represent their durability and ability to have lasers applied to them. Armor is of how your mech, how much damage your mech can absorb before taking structural damage. Structure represents how much structural damage you can take before being destroyed. Whenever a combatant takes damage, first they remove that amount of evasion. See evasion. And any excess is dealt to armor. Evasion is gained and lost frequently, but normally armor cannot be regenerated or cannot be regained during combat. If your armor is reduced to 0, remove 1 point of structure and then roll on the structure damage table. If you have 0 structure when your armor is reduced to 0, instead you are destroyed. Because there was something that was destroyed, and then we put in our structure damage table. Whoop. Yeah. That's nice. It notes, even though I haven't specified this as different than normal text. Like, it's still normal text up here as opposed to here where is a heading style. It still notes that it's bold stuff on its own line and puts it into the table of contents, which is nice. Structure represents how much damage you can take before being destroyed. Yeah. How much damage you can. Many times your armor. Yeah, you're right that the second use of the word structure in there was redundant, but I think removing that raised further issues, and so I have restructured. What did I say earlier in terms of? Do I want excess damage rolled over when taking structure damage? That is a question. Yeah, I'm pretty much out of tea. Dinger. I don't know how long I'm gonna do this. I didn't really have a plan for when I was gonna stop. At a certain point, my brain will turn into mush from writing too much, but I'm enjoying myself so far, so we shall keep going. If you have zero structure when your arm is remove one part of the structure and the room. Whenever you, I guess this goes after the. Yeah, either way. Whenever you move a point of structure, one player, one mech. Yes, yeah. But that is definitely something to think about. I feel like that's something I'm actually just gonna need an editor to do a pass on and be like, hey, you should put this all in third person or second person or whatever. Whenever you remove a point of structure as remove one point of structure, reset your armor to its starting value, and then roll on the structure damage table. If you have zero structure when your armor is reduced to zero, instead you are destroyed. When removing a structure point, right. If there is excess damage when you remove a structure point, it is carried over and dealt to your new armor value. I think that's okay. Yeah. You were thinking third person. Look, sometimes use first person, third person. I mean, technically I'm using second person. First person would be I take this amount of damage, but yeah, I do see your point. That's definitely something that I think I just kind of want to get through it and then do a pass for that. Once I decide which way it makes sense. Maybe come up with like some guidelines. Damage. Whoop. Damage taken, or effects from the AMAX instead of you, yeah, you and your, yeah. I guess the other thing to consider is how long my voice is going to hold out. The other thing to think about is I do have space in this rule set for drones and NPCs and tanks and stuff like that. So I do think I need to come up with some specified terms. Are permanent and must be stored outside of combat. CE. Repairing mechs. I think I'm just gonna... I need like a to-do... It's gonna be like notes. To-do... point of view and terminology for combat section. Yeah. Yeah, alright. I made a note for myself. And the structure damage table, I don't have a full list of the stuff here, but we'll make this actually look like a table at some point. But we want stuff like destroy a weapon, reduce movement speed by 4 or something. Things like that. Heat capacity by... I'm not going to say X for now. Destroy a weapon. It's random. Reduce heat capacity by X. Destroy a module at random. Reduce maximum armor by X. Some stuff like this. Did I have a table of this before? Modules can... Could have sworn I had a table for this before. Reduce heatsink? Yeah. I mean, I think that would... Yeah. Yeah, let's just put that on there. Heat, interacting, destruction. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I guess that's more on the older rules that I was thinking about. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's a good amount. I wonder if there's an easy way to turn this into a table. How smart is the Googs? Not smart enough. Dang it. Insert table. A 2x7 because we want a header thing. We want background to be gray. Wait, no, not that's highlight color. Text color, underline color. Anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll 1d6. Effect. Destroy a weapon at random. There we go. Fun fact, Control Shift V is how to paste without formatting. There we go. We now have a structure damage table. Isn't that nice? Effects from structure damage permanent must be restored outside of combat, same repairing mechs. Alright. That is armor and structure. Using specialized systems. This will be fairly short. Systems. Oh man, we're on to page 10 already. Wow. Specialized systems. You may activate up to one specialized system per turn. I guess I should describe what they are. Specialized systems are non-damaging You may activate up to one specialized system per turn. To do so, I really want to put the word simply in here, but that's just to do so. Declare which system you are using. Reduce its reduce the number of mark that it has been used for those systems that have limited uses, then apply its effect. Some based systems may require line of sight or for its effect to that is the wrong its effect to be within a certain range. Use the rules under attacking to determine thank you Google, whether use the rules under attacking to determine whether you are in range or have line of sight. Gaining and losing heat. Firing weapons generates heat. Heat may also be gained from other sources such as enemy weapons or environmental effects. Each mech has a heat capacity. At the end of your turn, if your heat has a heat value, heat capacity, and heat sink amount. At the end of your turn, if your heat value is greater than your heat structure-wise, probably want to move this there. At the end of your turn, if your heat value is greater than your heat capacity, you take damage equal to the difference. This damage ignores evasion. Example. Oop. After determining if you take any heat any damage from having too high up a heat value, to reduce your current heat value by your heat sink amount. Example. Oop. Okay. I still haven't decided, because there's two interesting points of introducing variance into the heat system, and I haven't decided if I want to include either of them, both of them, or neither. The 2 points are when you are gaining heat and when you are sinking heat. I think at the moment I'm leaning towards using dice for sinking heat. So using a weapon will generate a set amount of heat. So if you fire a laser, you'll get 2 heat, and then your heat sink amount will be something like 2d6. But that is something that I can tweak later on. Gaining and losing heat. Right. Drones and NPC vehicles may not have a heat capacity and heat sink amount. In this case, any heat they would gain is converted directly to damage and converted directly to damage. And is not permanently tracked. No, that raises too many. Credit to directly damage instead. Alright, we've got interacting and looting. I do want to have at least a shout for interacting with things. I think that's an important part of making interesting missions, such as you have to go and turn off a thing or something like that. Still haven't decided where I'm landing on the looting rule. Drones and NPC fields. Okay. All right. So we're done with gaining and losing heat. The 2 remaining sections in this chapter, I guess, are interacting and environmental effects. And I think I need to think a bit more about interacting before diving into that. So let's move on to environmental effects. Tiles may have environmental did. If you start your turn in or on? Are you in a tile or on a tile? On a tile with tiles may have this covers both effects that are applied at the beginning of your turn and effects that modify movement. If an effect applies beginning of your turn, do I need that sentence? I don't think I need that sentence. Discards both effects that applies beginning of your turn. Possible until I did mean to spell it correctly. Thank you, Google. Effects are the possible environmental effects are as follows. Cover. Actually, heading 4? Yeah, cover. Cover includes any sort of obscuring or cover is any terrain that obscures or hampers vision, such as smoke from smoke grenades or dense foliage. If you start your turn in cover, gain 4 evasion. Fire. Wait, no, that's 4. Fire. Fire includes incendiary, or I guess just open flames, incendiary devices, or anything else that generates a significant amount of heat. If you start your turn in fire, gain 4 heat. I guess calling it fire isn't correct. Just heat. Or because I don't want to use just the word heat because that's already being used for a different mechanic. But calling it just fire is too limiting for all the things it could possibly be, because it could include other things that are very hot. I don't know, radioactive material, something like that. Somewhere hot with examples. Yeah, I just want to have, because one of the things that you can have, for example, is like an incendiary grenade, and the terminology around using that. For example, over here, add a 3x3 square of fire to the board within 10 squares. Is an example of a specialized system that I'd come up with earlier. So adding a square of fire makes intuitive sense, and gets you thinking that maybe I should look at environmental effects for it. High temperature, yeah. A high temperature tile. I don't know. Man, spell check is great. Does anyone remember when, like in the early 2000s or late 90s, where everyone was worried that spell check would ruin kids' abilities to read or write or anything like that? What if I change the language to in a blank tile? If you start your turn in a cover tile, if you start your turn in a high temperature tile, includes open flames, incendiary devices, or anything else that generates a significant amount of heat. If you start your turn in a high temperature tile, gain 4 heat. Value is subject to change. Low temperature. Low includes rivers, lakes, other bodies of water, or anything else that is significantly cold. You start your turn in or on. Did I say in or on? You in a tile. If you start your turn on a cover tile. On a low temperature tile. God damn it. Use for heat. Difficult terrain. Difficult terrain includes mud, dense underbrush, quicksand, or anything else that impedes movement significantly. Moving through, moving into a... Yeah, there's an interesting distinction here between moving into and moving out of a difficult terrain tile. I can't remember, what does D&D do for difficult terrain? I don't have my... Let's take a look at D&D Beyond. Sources, Player's Handbook. Double movement difficult terrain. Yeah, extra cost on moving. Yeah, so it's the question is whether it's extra cost on moving in or moving out. So if you start your turn on the edge of a difficult terrain thing and then move out of that, does that cost you extra movement or not? That's not what I'm looking for. You should know this. Your wizard donked a sleet storm on a bunch of archers the other day. Yeah. Movement and position. Difficult terrain. Every foot of movement in difficult terrain costs 1 extra foot. So into. Yeah. The way that I'm using my terminology here, moving into a difficult terrain tile costs 1. Yeah, the wording on this is awkward. Costs twice the amount of movement. Note, evasion is gain for tiles moved, not movement spent. Yeah. Was it just these 4? Was there a 5th? Impassable. Yeah, I think I'm going to call the stream after I finish this section. Just because I'm starting to feel it in my voice. There's a lot of talking. I think we've made good progress today. Let's finish this off and then we'll talk about that. Impassable terrain. This includes deep chasms, tall buildings, or any other piece, anything else that cannot be moved through. You cannot move into a impassable terrain tile. And impassable. In certain circumstances, at the GM's discretion, you may move over impassable terrain, such as by using a jetpack to cross a chasm. You cannot move in such a way that would end your turn in impassable terrain. Ooh. In such a way. All right. Well, we've generated 11 pages of text today. Feels pretty good. I mean, a lot of this is redundant, but this will clean up to less than this. But I feel pretty good about this amount of progress. I've written 2,500 words, 2,600 words. Which is a lot of words. Not gonna lie. A lot of words. But yeah, my voice is... I'm starting to feel it in my voice. Probably shouldn't push it too far. So yeah, I think I'm gonna... Yeah, mini words. Mini words. I'll dump a link to this, I think, in the Discord. If y'all wanna look over it. Change to anyone with the link. Hello? Thank you. Anyone with this link can view. Copy link. Link to the mud and lasers. I'll drop. Actually, while I'm doing this, let me drop it in chat here as well. Yeah. Here's a link to the mud and lasers. Second draft document. Where are those? Who are interested? Yeah. All right. That's where we're at there. I think we made a bunch of good progress. I think this is coming along swimmingly. I would love to keep doing this on stream. Like, honestly, we're not that far off of being able to test things, which is kind of neat. Still have a bunch of stuff that I want to transcribe out of the previous version. Weapons and things. This nice little weapon table here that I made. One of the things that I want to have as part of just the way the game is played is that you can pick up a mech sheet and then you can assemble all of the dice, one die for each weapon, and use that to determine which weapons you're firing and stuff like that. And then I also want to reduce as much math as possible, so it's just different weapons just have different dice associated with them, and there's no like +2s or things like that. Yeah. So, tomorrow I have D&D in the evening. I do want to stream. So I think my next stream is going to be music on Thursday, and then let's do more Mud and Lasers on Friday. I think that sounds good. So yeah, and I think I'm gonna say a 2 p.m. start time Pacific for both of those. That's been working out pretty well for me. If you are not following me here on Twitch, I would very much appreciate if you hit that follow button. Greatly increases your chances of coming back here in the future, which I think is a good deal for everybody involved. If you would like to follow me on other platforms, you can follow me on Twitter, where I tweet about stream things such as I'm going live, or not stream things such as Path of Exile. You can check me out on YouTube, where the archives for this channel go to live. Anything that is not available here is available on that YouTube at a bit of a delay, just because it takes time. There is a cozy little Discord, which I was just mentioning. It's a good place to get going live announcements or to hang out and chat. It's a small little Discord. There's only like 5 channels, so it's not a huge weight on your mind. And we also have a Ravelry group. Well, there's a lot of people that like knitting along to the music streams. So that's a good place to do that. Let's see who's online. We ran out of... That's why the music stopped, because we ran out. Perfect timing, music. Twitch.tv/following. Mute desktop audio. Let's see. Oh, hey, Caleb's back already. but yeah. Let's see. We've got options. Let's see. Just streaming is going on. How long has that been live for? Could go say hi to Surge. Live for 30 minutes. Perfect. Yeah, let's go raid Surge. They are doing a very cool podcast about streaming. It's Surge and Fuji and Lady Atarka currently. So that's cool. Yeah. Surge Yarger. Yeah, that's it from me. Hope y'all have a good time zone, and I'll see you all on Thursday.